Well, well, well. Would you look who it is? Would you look who it is? It looks to me like a big old chat. What's going on, chat? No echo today. The last 2 or 3 times I tried to do the disembodied echoey voice, it backfired royally. So, no echo today. We're keeping the disembodied voice for some reason. I don't know why. But it is what it is. I hope all of you had a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving. I know I did. Well, I did have a wonderful Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving is always wonderful when you have a lot to be thankful for, which I do. We did have a house full of strep throat this year. Somehow I avoided it. But that was a thing. And that definitely, you know, it changed the dynamics a little bit. But aside from that, it was good. Very good. And I am back. Many of us feel like we never actually leave. But we're back. And I'm excited. I may have said that a few times, but I am. Because there's a lot to be excited about. And before too long, and I know I keep saying that, but chat, it's getting really friggin' close now. Before too long, you guys will be able to share in the excitement. We will all be able to share in the excitement together. So, with that said, before we get started today, I want to give a hearty shout out and thank you. First of all, to Altazan Tech with the tier 1. Thank you so much. And the 2 months of support. Snock with the tier 1 as well. And the 3 months of support. Thank you, Snock. We've got Joskar coming in here with a 5-stream streak. Right on, my friend. Thank you, Joskar. We've got Crit with the tier 1 and the 19 months, 20 months of support. Crit. Bro. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's amazing. 20 months. Hope you had some pecan pie for Turkey Day. I didn't have pecan pie. I didn't. I don't know what to say. Well, I do know what to say. We had strep throat in the house, and so things were a little different than normal. I have been, I don't want to say promised, but I've been told that a pecan pie is in my future. We'll see. I'll let you guys know. I will let you know. Yeah, no pecan pie with chocolate chips. I know. The number 1 goated Thanksgiving Day dessert for me, not for everybody. Chocolate, warm chocolate pecan pie a la mode. It's got to be warm. It's got to have ice cream on top, and it's got to have the chocolate chips baked into the goop. That's how it has to be done. Otherwise, it's not. It's like a glancing blow. You know, it's not all the way there. Now, T-Chief, don't fret. Don't fret for saying pecan pie is mid. I happen to hate pumpkin pie. I happen to not be able to stand anything pumpkin flavored, really. And I feel bad. Kind of. Because it seems like I'm doing something wrong, but it is what it is. I just don't. So don't feel bad. But Crit, dude, thank you so much. Ting Jing with the Prime as well. Thank you so much, Ting Jing. Guys, thank you for the amazing support. Clown Core Man with a 5-stream streak. Clown Core. Right on. Right on. This is why there's no Beanie. He's on a pie revolt. Hey, you guessed it. That's right. When I don't get the pie, the Beanie doesn't go on, you know? It is what it is. Why were the beets red? They saw the turkey dressing. Okay. I'm going to say that was a reasonable attempt. Oh, see, I liked that. I actually liked that one. You know? Let me give some shout outs, some hellos. We've got Brutal. Welcome, Brute. We've got Black Fox, Kurgan, cut off your head. Not you, Kurgan, but cut off your head. Briar is in the house. AK, Salted Hash, Dosi, Kronzik, Joskar, Wolfgar, Raydil, Kegs Kong, T-Chief, welcome, Ginjan, welcome. Altazantec, Mr. Steel Rose, Azaria. We've got Crit, Velkinks, Typical Rick, Clown Corman, Hurricane Henry. Welcome, welcome. Lost Packets, welcome. Yeah, you still like it here. I know. I make it a very unwelcoming place when I am honest with my pumpkin pie feelings. My feelings about pumpkin pie. Let's see. Let's see. Glorf, good to see you, Glorf. Good to see you. And the Super Chin as well. Zacties. What is up, Zacties? Dark Bloom IRL as well. And our friends in YouTube land. Also, Bookem. Welcome. Cronin, sorry. My goodness. PA, good to see you. 70. It is good to see you, my friend. Tim as well. Curbs. I like that name, Curbs. Good to see you, Curbs. Dennis Bestie, welcome. Yaz, welcome. Zikar. There is Zikar in the flesh. Good to see you, Zikar. Zikar. I don't know if I've ever asked you how to pronounce your name. Zikar? Welcome. All the same. Jeff. Good to see you, Jeff. Flange Pickle. What's up? Flange Pickle. These are great names, guys. Great names. Indeed. No. Minus? No. I could never announce things the way Minus did. That takes a special kind of talent that I don't know. I don't even know what you would call it. But it was a talent indeed. I don't know that anything will ever beat, for me, the way that Claroid landed on me. If you know, you know. You got to be a bit of like an old school follower of the project. Claroid. Apparently, the mix between a cleric and a druid is a Claroid. Something about that made me laugh. There's a cream for that. I'm sure there is. Any word on if there's going to be a patch to fix the patch? The only thing I know is that the next patch is scheduled for some time this month. And as usual, that is completely subject to change. So that is all I know at this point as far as any fixes. If there are to be fixes, they would be coming in the next patch, which is what it is. Any giveaway with keys? Not today, but I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out at all. Hey, what's up, Desric? Good to see you. Good to see you. So, what's on the schedule for today? Well, let me tell you. A couple things we need to talk about, actually. So, we put out the Mountain Taming document last week. Or document. The Mountain Taming dev blog. The dev diary. As some call it. Hopefully you guys have had a chance to check it out. To read it. If you haven't, I recommend it. We're going to talk about it a little bit today. Go over some highlights. You know, be cool to hear from you guys as we go through it. Can't wait to tame you a mountain. I mean, I'm all for setting your sights high, Glorf. I really am. So, yeah. Yeah. It's good. Taming, we'll see Glorf riding around on a mountain. I will enjoy seeing that. I'll enjoy seeing that. Hey, Joppa, good to see you playing. I think it will help you understand class issues. Oh, yeah. Are other devs doing this also? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact, there are other devs that have been doing this much more than I have. You know, for longer than I have, for sure. You know, I am making a conscious effort to set time in my day. Well, I mean, let me actually rephrase this, okay? This is really important to phrase this, okay? I started this by setting aside time consciously in my day to play Pantheon because I needed to play Pantheon. What has started to happen is I no longer need to set aside time. I mean, technically you could still say that, but Pantheon is becoming like, so the way that it worked, and every dev's going to be different, and depending on what your role in the company is, it's going to be different. You know, people that work on design, for example, I think on average, you could say maybe have a harder time just playing and enjoying a game that they design. In the same way that a player would play, in the same way that someone who just as a fan or someone who just is excited to and wants to play the game would play, right? Like that's the starting point. Someone who is, you know, maybe a programmer might be the same way. I can't speak for programmers because I'm not one. But every dev's different. And like I said, we have designers that have played this game a lot more than I have as an actual like player of the game, incognito, just playing it. I have over the last month and a half, however long it's been since we've been doing these class playthroughs. Yeah, what has become I really want to set aside time to do this. I really need to set aside time to do this. As our team's growing, and I've said all this before, this is going to be a repeat for a lot of you. This is just for the few people who happen to hear this for the first time. As our team grows and we're able to wear less hats individually, I really, in many ways, for the first time, and certainly more than ever, have been able to focus almost purely on the creative aspect of the project. The creative and game design aspect, and a little bit more in kind of the audio aspect of the game, slowly but surely getting kind of stuff back in a little bit, just more advisory kind of type thing. And with some of this bandwidth that has come from being able to delegate to a growing team, the amount of time that I have in any given day to actually just play is kind of new. And what I've seen over the last couple months, or month, however long, is that what started as, okay, you know, I can finally get some R&D, play the game, you know, really kind of experience it from that level, has become, that's what I want. This is what I want to play. I can't stop playing. And you know what's so funny? To prove to you that I'm being honest, because some of you may be like, oh, well, that sounds good. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I'm not planning on live streaming, but I am planning on releasing my first pre-recorded video of my newest, the third class that I'm now starting to play. Can you guess what it is? Can you guess what it is? No, I'm already playing the Necro, I'm already playing the Warrior. Or... Well, crap. Anyway. Necro, Rogue, and now Warrior. Yes. Yes. Because I was like, I want to play Pantheon really bad. I need to be careful I don't overload, but I don't want to play any of the characters off stream that we've been kind of, you know, moving forward with. So I need a new character to play so I can play. I need to get some time on the tanks. The Warrior is the most requested tank for this, because I think in many ways, at least the general perception is that the Warrior is the one that needs the most kind of thought. So, starting tomorrow, Warrior enters the fray, and I'll leave it at that until then. But I'm super pumped, and I've got to say, I'm only level 5 on the Warrior, but I had a friggin' blast. Like, not only because of the class. In fact, it was less about the class, because by level 5, you don't have a whole lot, you know, going on quite yet. But I was back in Wild Zen. I love that zone. And I had a really cool experience in that zone that I'm sure many of you have had, but I had it. And I got it all, thankfully. I captured it all, and hopefully it'll do it justice. But it was really cool. I mean, it was one of those moments that even further kind of, like, this game is hitting. It's hitting for me just as a, just playing, because I'm enjoying it. So anyway, I talked about that a lot longer than I meant to. At any rate, for today, we are back in on our Rogue, because I want to keep pushing on the Rogue. I really want to get into the 20s. I really want to have a chance to do the Harathana camp. That's kind of the thing that, as I've thought about the Rogue outside of stream, it's like, that's what I want to get to. I want to get those boots. I want to get that dagger. It is a really cool chase kind of encounter and some chase items. So that's what we're doing today. We're pushing on the Rogue. Tomorrow I'll get that video up of the Warrior, and then I'll probably continue to do some off-stream pre-recorded stuff. Maybe for the Warrior, I might start kind of doing with all the classes just to kind of make time for everything. But guys, I'm hooked. I'm done. It's bad. Like it's bad. It's bad. I was at a point where I was like, I was playing a little Arc Raiders, and when I had some time, was, you know, looking at maybe trying Enshrouded, whatever. It's like, nah. Nope. It's happened. So anyway, all that being said, let me stop jabbering. I want to start off today. We're going to talk a little bit about mounts and taming. Let me go ahead and I wanted to throw this up on the screen. Let's see. Just for those of you who haven't seen it yet, this picture was meant to make it into the dev diary, mounts and taming dev diary. I didn't, but here it is. So if you haven't seen it yet, these are 3 of the horses that we have. So you can see the different colors. You can see some of the different customization options that they have in terms of their tack. And this is, you know, again, a very shallow kind of picture example of, you know, all that they're capable of. They are excellent models. They have excellent customizability. They are being animated as we speak excellently. I'm really pleased with how these are coming along so far. And while we are not going to do like an actual demonstration today, and the reason is because I want to wait until the horses are more kind of more complete in terms of, you know, their animation kits and how it's all kind of working together. This is kind of the best we're going to do today. But I wanted to share this with you guys in case you hadn't seen it yet. Will horses scale with character size? Yes. Yes, to a degree. So an ogre, the horse will be scaled up a little bit. A halfling, the horse will be scaled down a little bit, but we were careful to keep it within a range where it still looked realistic. It still looked believable. We didn't want halflings riding around with little ponies and, you know, ogres riding around on unbelievably, unrealistically large horses that looked the same as normal horses. It's one thing to have like a mountain of a horse with like a different kind of horse model, but anyway. Yeah. Warrior's the most fun tank by far. I'm really excited about it. Boots make stealth mode so much better. You'll like them. I have heard as much. But to be honest, I'm a little more excited than for the dagger than the boots. How does aggro work when you're mounted? It works the same way. Read your message. Okay. Hey, Joppa, listen to the Rewind. Amazing show, by the way. Good info. Looked like you had a blast. I did. It was really fun. I was thinking a little about the Warrior afterwards. Can I propose a design idea for the Warrior? Yeah, of course. You guys are always welcome to do that. My ask, though, would be to do it on Discord in the Warrior section. And you'll see why when you see the Warrior video, especially when I do the offline videos. My plan is to try and interact with the Discord class sections a little bit when I do that, just to have some discussion points, and had a great example of that in the when doing the Warrior video. So the more threads, the more discussion there, the better. All right, at what level are players just able to start willy-nillying their own mounts? Are players required for feed these mounts to add a money sink? How fast are these mounts? Because as it stands, it's just making other forms of travel obsolete outside of ports, making them solely for combat dungeons. There's quite a bit to talk about there. There's quite a bit to unpack there, TT. Level 20, as of right now, level 20 is the starting point for mounts. That's when you can actually get the taming skill and the tame mount ability. I would say that it's possible that we might introduce mounts that you can purchase at a certain level to kind of rent before that level 20, or potentially level 25 or 30. You know, again, some of these things we're gonna test out and kind of massage as we go. But that's only I mean, if I had to, like, if I were pressed on it right now, I'd say that's probably not likely that we'll do that. But part of introducing mounts and taming is also taking a look at our movement speed buffs and just movement speed in general, and kind of harmonizing all these things together so that you still have, you have this mounts and taming layer, you have this, on foot layer, you have places where mounts are going to be very difficult, very, very difficult for mounts to actually successfully go. And that's one thing I didn't go into like a ton of detail in the diary about, was some of the anti-mount measures that you might see even in the open world in certain areas. If you imagine, like, Black Rose Keep or the Gadai Fort or Hangor, places where they would have, potentially traps and other things that are designed specifically to kind of mess up your horse riding and make it difficult to ride mounts in those areas. And in those places, non-mounted movement speed will be important. Now, the all-important question that people keep asking, how is, like, Druid wolf form? How's Bard speed? How are these things going to stack up to mounts? And I would say that, with the taming system, and we're going to go into this a little bit, I had this article pulled up so we could kind of walk through some of these points. But a big part of this system is the fact that, you know, you have different stats ultimately that you're kind of shopping for as you mount or as you tame these different mounts. Speed is obviously a big one. And, you know, finding a mount with high speed, finding like the kind of rarity of mount that you need to get the kind of speed score that's really going to start creating a gap, you know, a pretty noticeable gap between like non-mounted movement speed, mounted movement speed. You know, that's going to be something that you want potentially, you know. Maybe druids, bards, classes like that won't feel the same kind of impetus or feel it as strongly. But the mount kind of aspect of the game is definitely geared towards travel, for sure. Definitely geared towards travel. You can't ride mounts indoors. You can't take mounts into places that we designate as dungeons, especially like indoor, obviously, dungeons, underground dungeons, things like that. There's a lot of places where mounts are going to be not prohibited, but you know, without like a really high stability, you will struggle to kind of take a mount through certain areas, not only because of what the NPCs are doing, but also because of, you know, different traps and other things. So, but when it comes to like open world, open path travel, mounts, especially like horses, right? And other mounts like horses that are geared a little bit more towards travel and speed and things like that will be a pretty strong, pretty solid option. All right, I've missed some things. Pantheon Pints, by the way, thank you so much for the Prime and the 2 months of support. I really, really appreciate that. Jiraki as well with the 12 months. Thank you for the Prime, Jiraki. Thank you so much. Mounts, yes. Yes, mounts. Got to check out the Warrior channel in the Discord. Lots of great stuff in there. Oh, I have. I have been perusing it heavily. Will Shaman and Druid speed buffs affect the mounts? As of no, no, they will not. Will we ever introduce buffs that could potentially affect mounts specifically? Maybe. But right now we've decoupled them. Yeah. Specifically because we don't want travel and travel speed to be overly trivialized. And so if you can stack, you know, player movement buffs on top of mount speed, then you're starting to pretty quickly get to a pretty crazy amount of speed. And yeah, you know, I tried to phrase this reasonably well in the article. You know, we talk about you know, upcoming like special epic and mythical type mounts. I think even more relevant than that, the addition of new tameable creature types. So this is really meant to kind of say, hey, this is something we're going to continue to develop. New kinds of mounts, new animal types, new creature types that are able to be tamed and ridden. That is absolutely in the cards. And the possibility for some of those mount types to have special characteristics that allow them to do different kinds of things is absolutely a part of that, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a beautifully open system. It's very scalable. There's a lot of really cool stuff that we can do with it over time. I'm excited about it. Very excited about it. And I think, you know, ultimately, a lot of what I originally envisioned for this, you know, way back, if you go back and listen to that very early Parting the Veil episode, where really the first time that went into a lot of depth about kind of the vision for this, I'm really happy that we've been able to hit it, you know, pretty solidly. Not exactly, but that's kind of how it goes. You know, you take these ideas and these concepts and designs and you put them through their paces, and you do viability checks, and you get, you know, all these passes to make sure that it's, you know, makes sense, it's scalable, it's performant, you know, all these various things. So I'm really pleased. I know, I miss Parting the Veils too. They were a lot of fun. Will mount riding be its own skill? Mount riding is not planned to be, like the riding of the mounts is not planned to be its own skill. The kind of the check is in the taming. So you have a taming skill, and your taming skill is what determines what kind of mounts you can tame and how good of a mount you can tame. And that, in a sense, kind of serves as the riding skill, if you will. So many questions. Once expanding beyond horses, is the expectation that certain classes of mounts will specialize in certain stats? Example, rams have a bigger weight than gazelles. Yes. Are the 6 stats completely RNG in every zone or tiered based on average level of mobs in the area? The stats are tiered based on the rarity of the mount, and the stat allocation and the stat weighting also is tied to the kind of mount that it is. So for example, now anomalies do exist. So like, let's say in the future, if we have something like a bear that, a bear as a mount, a bear that as a tameable creature that you can ride, bears would be naturally have much higher stability, higher brawn, those types of things. They would typically be lower speed, probably lower endurance, things like that. But bears would be a great option for, going through very dangerous areas kind of thing. But there could also exist in the world very, very rare chances for anomalies to have like an anomalous stat roll. So you could end up with a very low stability, low brawn, but high speed bear. The other side of this too is over time, a lot of this starts factoring into like, there's the pursuit of the kind of stats that you want, but there's also the pursuit of the kind of the different looks of different mounts that you want. Like this is it's a very utilitarian system for sure, and some people will be totally pleased to just get a good mount that's fast enough, and then they're good, they're fine. Some people are obviously more kind of like, I want the best mounts in the game. I want to, the rarest, hardest to get mounts. I want them. And then some people are like, I want to have the biggest like collection of mounts that I can, the widest variety of look and all this stuff. So it's a cool system because it touches on a lot of different people's kind of enjoyment factors, I haven't read the announcement of mounts and taming yet, but is there an upkeep to stable your horse, or will it cast it from your bag? So the simplest answer to that is, number one, to stable a mount, you have to have an open stable slot. And stable slots are purchased at an increasing cost. They are universally unlocked for all stables. So wherever in the world you access a stable, you will have access to all of the mounts you currently have stabled, and everything will sync up universally. But if I only have, if I've only unlocked the first stable mount, or the first stable slot, if I want to stable a second mount, I'm going to need to purchase to unlock the next stable slot so I can have a new one open. And then I can stable that new mount. And I have to unlock as many stable slots as I want for mounts, to be able to stable all the mounts that I have. And at least to start with, we're going to have a limit on that. There's a 24 slot limit to the stable. So you'll have up to 24 mounts that you can have stabled at any one time. And of course that number can grow. But so that's number one. Number two, if you're out in the field and you need to stable, I think we talked about this. Yeah. Lastly, say you're riding around Terminus on your registered active mount. You suddenly spot a mythical steed in the distance. Since you can only have one active mount at a time, what would you do in this situation? It's as simple as opening the mount window, clicking the return mount to stable button. And that has a cost. It's a cost that depends on the kind of mount that it is. So if it's a very high rarity mount, then the cost is going to be a lot more. but you pay that fee, and essentially the idea is, you know, a stable hand is they come and they take your mount back to the stable, assuming you have an open slot, and that's what allows you to free your active mount status so you can tame the new one. So yeah, but there's no upkeep cost like that you're paying like daily or, you know, every so often or anything like that. Crit 24 is the maximum that we're starting with. Hey, what's up, Grim Tim? Will the mounts be able to be summoned like everywhere you are, similar to WoW, or will there be stables and stuff like Black Desert Online? It's actually both. So you have to have, you can only have one active mount at a time. It's not an item-based summon. You have to choose which mount is your active mount, and that's the one that you can freely summon and dismiss at your behest, as long as you're not somewhere where mounts can't be summoned, like indoors or in dungeons or things like that. But if you want to change your active mount, you actually have to travel to a stable and switch which mount is your active mount. Sorry if you answered this already. Will there be mounts with traversal capabilities, gliding, swimming? What I said, I don't want to confirm any specific kind of traversal skill or, you know, thing like the biome question. Will there be mounts that can't survive in certain biomes, or will you have to have certain mounts that can only, you know, these are the only kind of mounts that can survive in this type of biome? Things like that are absolutely fair game. And as we introduce more types of mounts, once we get this foundational system out, and as we introduce more, then expect to see a pretty wide variety of like stat weights, you know, to reflect the kind of mount that they are, but then also potentially these kind of passive or secondary, tertiary effects for mounts. Yeah. T-Chief, you can absolutely purchase a new stable slot for a mount without losing the mount. You would, because you can interact with the stable master while you're mounted. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Doug Bug? Good to see you. I have the biggest smile ever over you playing a warrior. It's coming. I'm excited. Can we mount ogres? You can try. You can try. All right, I'm going to go ahead and fire up the game here. You guys are free to, you know, as there's any more questions related to mounts, feel free to ask. Let me just get the game rolling. Hey, Rogue's not going to level himself, guys. Not going to level himself. All right. Well, I don't want to reveal the warrior yet. I'm going to keep the screen hidden until we get through character select. Okay. We good. Joppa, give me a Hellhound. That would be sick, rolling up to a raid on my Necro with a Hellhound. That would be really cool, actually. Indeed. Hey, Draki, take care, man. Thanks so much for stopping by. Will there be an increase in ways to earn money because I'm poor and I can never earn money? Pantheon Pints. All I can say to that is yes, because we don't even have the auction house in the game yet. Like, not only are there going to be more and more ways to earn money, make money, there's also going to be more ways to kind of wheel and deal, as they say. Hey, what's up, Albatross? I just noticed you were here, man. Good to see you. Did you see Steam hit 1,009 players yesterday? Oh, yeah. Nice. Joppa, the people have spoken. We want a Bronson monster, a cosmic horror with writhing tentacles. That sounds beautiful. That sounds lovely. Lovely. Gordy Man, yes. Or Gertie Man, yes. There are plans for an auction house. Battle mounts, yeah, do not... I would not expect there to be battle mounts in Pantheon. I'm not... Never been the biggest fan of introducing mounted combat. I think it's a little... It's difficult to do well in the kind of like visceral way that we want Pantheon to feel, and kind of tactical combat, and you know, a lot of what we're doing with our combat right now. Unless you're making a game that is designed to be like a mounted combat game, I just feel like it's really difficult to do well. And so what it ends up being is just kind of having permanent mount speed while just, you know, kind of doing the normal combat thing. And that just, you know, I mean, yeah, you could like slow your mount down if you get in combat and stuff, but it's just, I'd just rather not have the two streams cross, you know? Yeah, T-Chief, 100%. Very little need for money overall. Completely agree. We talk about it often. We've got plans. But I 100% agree. I'm actually going to do... I did this on my Warrior yesterday. I reset the UI. Actually, too, I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to see if I can actually get my recording to work. Like record at the same time I'm streaming. I messed with a few settings to kind of like try and make it a little easier on everything. So I'm going to start recording. You guys tell me if the stream starts lagging, okay? Let me know if the stream starts lagging. Because we can't have any of that. We cannot have any of that. Will mounts have their own bags? You will be able to equip a mount with a saddlebag, and saddlebags can be of various sizes, capacities. Always be mindful of the overall weight limit of the mount, which includes the saddlebags, like what's in the saddlebags, and it also includes the player and the player's overall weight. So that's the total weight allowance for your mount, is the saddlebag itself, everything in the saddlebag, and the stream just chunked. Crap. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, we're good. I stopped the recording. I stopped it. We're not gonna go there. I actually have a dual PC setup, TT. Yeah. My streaming PC, the one that I don't play the game on, is not... It's kind of getting up there. So... if the stream is borked for you, just refresh it. But it also might just kind of settle itself out on its own, so. Yeah. What am I doing on my rogue right now? What I'm doing right now, nobody asked this. I'm posing the question out loud as if someone asked, so I can answer it. What I'm doing right now is going to the Morvaki, because I want to see if I can solo any of the Morvaki, because I want to get a few more pieces of statted gear. I mean, it is Cyber Monday. Let's go PC shopping. Well, I'm dragging my feet on doing anything with the streaming computer because it is... Well, that's not really a good reason, because I can just upgrade any of the components individually, so... But I just, man... Yeah. I need a I need probably a better processor and a better graphics card. That's really what I need. But definitely a better processor. But I've got plenty of I really don't know why it chugs like that. I don't know. I don't know. Gertie Man, thank you so much for the Prime sub, and same with you, Quick Save F5. Gertie Man with the 2 months. I am curious what the status of Enchanter Charm skill line. I know at one point it was stated it was mostly working on a technical standpoint, but had some issues still needing to be resolved. Yes, the issues that need to be resolved for Charm largely coincide with a lot of the work that the summoners need done for their pets and pet behavior. So as we're going through the summoner work, we're likely going to be able to stamp several of the issues that are going on with Charm right now. The biggest issue with Charm is the way that the pet can become unresponsive given several different kind of scenarios with, you know, different faction NPCs or even same faction NPCs that go from being enemies to friends. It's very easy, we found, to kind of exploit that to the point where if you would have an enchanter with you with Charm, you could potentially kind of it would trivialize just about all the content in the game, even more so than the current enchanter pet does, because you essentially put things in a catatonic state where they can't respond anymore, and then you just beat it down and there's nothing it can do. So yeah. You asked about your rogue? Goosey, what did you say? I missed it. Not trying to be that guy or a hassle. I would love to try this game out and test for you, my friend. Would you happen to have a key by any chance? If not, I completely understand. I do not have any keys that I can give out. I would like for us to have more events like that where people that are really interested in getting a key can get one. But I do not have the authorization to hand out a key. Sorry, Mercy. Daggas should eat and drink? I should. And you know what? I agree with you. It should be done automatically. It should. I was told today that con affects hit rating, but the character panel doesn't say that. Where can I go to find an accurate description of what the stats do? Con is really the only one that's kind of a... it's kind of an outlier right now because of the change we made not too long ago. The rest of them should be accurate and reflective of what they do. But yeah, con is hit rating right now. That is also going to be changing, because con, it's not a hit rating stat. And more likely than not, we are going to be moving to hit rating being only, like, actually, like, essentially not having hit rating in any of the attributes, but having hit rating more as like a standalone stat on gear instead of being something that you gain through an attribute. And then we've got plans, you know, to kind of bolster the Constitution stat a little bit and do some cool things with that stat that I think will make it a lot more attractive. Guys, I get so turned around right here. This is the part of Wild's End I don't go to enough. I think I need to... Yeah, whatever that was is laughing at me. I hear it. I heard it. Okay, I think we just need to find the water. But this is like... I don't know, I feel like... This is that kind of swampy... We're going north right now. We need to go west. Here, let's do this. I've got my new fancy wall climber. Yeah, traveling at night. You're right. Chad, man, you are right. I learned that the hard way in the last Necromancer stream. Oh my goodness. Woo. Yeah, it's Ronik. It's Ronish. What's up, Ronik? AK, I will read it. I will read it. You didn't notice the stream chunk earlier? That's interesting. I do feel like Twitch takes a harder hit when I'm recording locally than YouTube does. But not always. I don't know. It's weird. I need to do some research on it. Because I know I've got the internet speed. Like, my upload speed is insane. But it's just the rendering lag that I think is, I don't really know. There's got to be a more optimal way to set it up than I have. I'm positive there is. Oh my, oh my. There we go. Okay, so we're now kind of, ooh. Like, I'm starting to remember kind of where we are now. Generally speaking, there's absolutely still the chance that I could get jumped by something I'm not prepared for. I also don't think I have the climbing skill to make that, of course. Let's rest. The Super Chin with the Prime. Or the tier 1, actually. Thank you so much, Super Chin. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. Ronik, I almost messaged you before I started streaming. I wanted to follow up with you on how things are coming on your end with that thing you're working on. That stuff you're working on. I'm excited about it. Let me see if I can just kind of wiggle around here. Okay, guys, this is bad. I just got a sense of dread, actually. I'm not messing around on this guy. This is not fun. Sent something to the gym this morning, working on the Master Doc 2. Woo! Nice. What's my look? Let's see. Joppa, I listened to your interview with the Static Gang, and I implore you to please lean into your Puppet Master Summoner idea. That completely makes it unique and deviates from Wizard. Okay, thank you so much, Dougbug, for bringing that up, because I actually wanted to ask you guys something related to this. Do I use a 2 PC setup for streaming Sagi? Yes, I do. I do. It's probably not set up the best way. Don't know. I mean, I definitely did a decent amount of research on it before I got rolling, but yeah, I am using a 2 PC setup, and for the most part, it's great. But when it comes to trying to record locally while streaming, I am simulcasting to Twitch and YouTube, and I know that definitely puts a strain on it. But I feel like I should definitely be able to handle recording. Anyway, the summoner thing. And it's funny because the question actually came up, like, what are summoners going to be doing in combat? If, you know, the majority of what they're doing is coming through their pets, and the majority of their damage, and their various different, apple tree. And they're, you know, kind of fighting through their pets more completely, more specifically. Guys, I am so lost. Anyway, the puppet master idea is really the direction that I want them to go. It's kind of the vibe and the identity that I want them to have, and because they're not wizards, you know, they're not meant to feel like or be seen as just being kind of a kind of wizard. So what if, I mean, just go with me here. I'm just throwing this out there, okay? Don't, you know. This is one of those, I need to come up with some kind of a graphic, some kind of a visual where I can push a button and it like makes it really clear. Like this is just kind of inviting you guys into some of these, you know, what if type moments as we're thinking about some of these polish points or these tweaks. But what if during combat, you remember how we used to have back in the day a special animation for meditating in combat? And it was that, you know, you kind of like bend your knees a little bit, you kind of put your hands together like this, and you're just like, you know, focusing, channeling, kind of replenishing your energy, your mana, things like that. That's a long time ago. What if in combat, the summoner went into a similar kind of like looped, channeled kind of stance where you could actually see like threads of mana connecting their fingers to their pets? To drive home that you are, because Archimentals are mana ghosts. They're mana ghosts. They are animated mana ghosts, and you, with mana, your caster. Oh crap! I'm seeing an owlbear. I feel like I am so lost. Okay, well that's not that bad. There's only level 9. Never mind. I freaked out for no reason. Anyway. It's so I remember working on this area with Convo, specifically doing a lot of the NPC population up here, and even some of like the world building tweaks. And it's just so different. It's so different to play for real. It's scary. This is a scary place. Oh, visible wall. Woohoo! Visible wall. Your favorite, guys. It's your favorite. What were we saying? I like that idea, like an avatar state really sets them apart. It does, like, and that's one of the goals here with these updates to the summoner is really want them to feel unique. Really want them to feel unique. I was having similar thoughts even on the warrior. There were a couple of moments where I was like, even by level 5, like, I don't feel unique enough Not that I need to feel like this just absolutely perfectly unique and kind of hand sculpted, like no similarity with anything else kind of a thing, but it's like, what's the thing that just kind of fundamentally makes me feel a little different and a little unique when playing this class, and I don't just feel like a rogue or a dire lord at this level. Anyway. What stream software do I use? I use OBS, straight up OBS, and that's it. I multi-stream with Streamlabs. Credu, but what quality settings do you have on your local stream? Because maybe I've just got mine cranked up too high. Like, I've got enough upload speed to handle... I mean, Twitch is capped at 6... YouTube isn't capped, so you can essentially push it as high as you want, but I've been running at, like... I mean, I can do, like, 50k bitrate. I could do, like, 100k bitrate to YouTube, no problem. But I found that when I go that high, it just doesn't, like... Well, actually, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if it has any effect on my local recording, or if I just... Whatever the fundamental problem is just the fundamental problem regardless. I'm gonna see if I can change the bitrate here real quick. Well, no, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna do it. It is what it is. All right, I gotta pay attention here for a moment. Oh. Man, it is... What time is it? It is so... I feel like every time I'm trying to travel through this zone, and it's like, look, see, we're already here. Like, this is... Now I know where to go. We totally should have done this. We totally should have gone this way. That was silly to, like... try to navigate out here by going north. Should go west first, close to town. And then go north. This is kind of a dangerous little run here, too. A little nervous. Because I can't see anything. That's why. I missed part of your question because I have bad service. Yeah, well, giving summoners like a larger kind of repertoire of spells. Wait, we're good. We're fine. I mean, I wasn't prepped. I'm not prepared, so I don't know if we're actually fine or not. This could be really bad, but this is also the first combat round I've done on my rogue since the last time I played it, so I feel like this is going to be bad, guys. Unfortunately. Let's I don't even think I have. Okay. All right. We're going. We're probably still dead, but we're you know, it's fine. It's totally fine. I don't even have like I don't even have toxins on my weapons. I'm angry right now. I'm angry. But we're doing it live. You know, this is how it works. It's fine. You know? You don't become good at a game like Pantheon. You don't become revered lauded in the annals of Pantheon player lore without taking a few beatings, you know? The damaged annals, yes. Joppa, will we see more fire skills for the Necro? I just imagine with the mastery system being able to be more of a Necro, of the Purple Flame. I think there is absolutely room for some more fire spells for the Necromancer. Yes. I know when I think about playing the Necromancer, my Necromancer, I too would like for there to be more fire spells. Old school MMO, What's up, Gen X? Joppa, why you see the level of the enemy, but we don't have this in game? Why you scam up? That is a dev-only tool that just allows us to see quickly the level of the NPCs. I'm not going to say that we won't ever bring that back. But it's just a dev-only thing right now. Give Necro a nuke that isn't a life type. Yeah, I could see that being one of the spell types they grow into for sure. I loved the EQ Necro Ignite Bones, that whole line. That was really cool. Really cool. Hold on one sec, guys. All right, sorry about that. Hey, what's up, Calico? Necroscythe, yeah, Necroscythes. That needs to be a thing. I love Necroscythes. Blunt-toothed crocodile. I mean, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to take down a green. Especially if I... Alright, hold on. We can take this off our bar because it's busted at the moment. Place a trap for 60 seconds that emits a burst of light and sound when the first enemy approaches, stunning them for 3 seconds, disorienting them. Prepare an elixir that releases a cloud of smoke when broken. The next time you receive physical damage, release a cloud of smoke. Only have one of those active at a time, though, so I really should go with my... I mean, the problem with that last fight is I didn't engage on my own terms. I didn't set up properly, didn't have a trap laid, I didn't have a decoy on, nothing like that. So I'm pretty sure we win this easily once we do it right. Once we do it right. Now, I don't want to run into this guy. So I think... How much room do I have up this way? I don't need a ton of room. Yeah, this should be fine. I saw that node there, by the way. Oh, I saw it. So yeah, we'll lay... Oh, look, he's... Yeah, he's... Let's do something like this. Explosive trap. Right into the root trap. And then... Or you can stop walking now, though. That's far enough. That is far enough, friend. Up here. Ka-chow. Ooh, that's a nice hit. Good. Excellent. Oh. Oh. Okay. 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 Yeah. Okay. I see what he did there. His friend, the one that took me out, they worked out a plan while I was running back, obviously, to, hey, let's make him look as stupid as possible. I'm gonna die, like, almost immediately and make it look really bad that, you know, he died. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, that was easy. Let's get the node. Here's what we're gonna do, actually. We're gonna get the node. Then I'm gonna run to the bathroom. And then when I come back, we're gonna take down the Driftwalker. And we're gonna start setting up our foothold here. Because I wanna get some statted gear. Some different statted gear. We need better pants. I mean, we got some pretty good gear. You know, it's certainly not bad. We have Ripsmack. I mean, come on now. We got some pretty good gear. Got some pretty good gear. Constitution sucks. Anyway. Let's see what they drop. We need to go back and get our first corpse also. Job, I've been enjoying Summoner, but I can't wait to see a second pass. Oh, yeah. It's maybe a bloated class in terms of the spell book. Yes, it is bloated. And it's very... one note. Very one note. I'm going to run to the restroom. I will be back shortly. You're in good hands with Chair. He will see to you all while I'm gone. Catch you in a sec. Okay. Let's get serious. Let's see. More Vaki drops are really good. Running from a fight rarely works out, you've noticed. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. I feel that as well. Need a little bit. Ooh, I love that. Hey, it's Lalone. Lalone. I mean, do we even need the traps? You know? That one fight went so fast. Cuz I don't want to pull the gator as well. Look at this dude. I just think he owns the place. Just trompsing around. As if this was like, you know, his village or something. Little ridiculous. Here we go. No, you're moving again. Please stop. I don't... Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No. No. Oh, hold that. Cool. Yeah, that feels good. That feels good. Oh, I didn't, yeah. Okay. Ah. We got another bag. What a beautiful, beautiful thing to see. And yet it's reminding me that we really should go get our corpse now. We should really go get our corpse now. Let me, boop. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun. I can already tell. A lot of fun. I think I'm addicted. I played for 12 hours today. Hey, you are in good company, Mr. Still Rose. My goodness. My sweet Christmas. Totally not. They have an hour-long duration. It would be cool to see the stealth exuberant from some sort of shadowy smoke when invisible. I agree. I agree. Oh dear. Nope. I mean, I think we could end up getting this corpse and then having to basically go all the way back around to hit the water again just so we know where we're going. I can see a world in which that happens. Oh my. Man, were we really that far north? Goodness. The zone is constantly toying with me, as if it's some kind of sick game. I can make that, can't I? Surely. Surely I can make it across. No. No. Gosh. I'm like scared to do anything now that has to do with height. You know you're close when you hit invisible walls. Yes, that is true. That is very true. A glider would come in very much handy right now. Let me just, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna come back, but imagine this, okay? Imagine this is your glider, right? No, stop. No, stop. Imagine this is your glider, okay? Oh, I need to cross the gap. Oh, what am I gonna do? What should I do? It's gonna be sick. Now, that's a little, now, granted, that's not really super glider-like. That's more of like something like a sky dash or something like that. That would be a little bit more constrained. A glider is going to be more like I just run and jump, and whatever my run speed is, you know, I just hope to catch the wind. I'm going more downward. I'm kind of like, you know, drifting downward immediately. This is a little bit more like, it's kind of doing that, but it has that initial thrust to it, which is not really super glider like. So it's more just the premise that there will be ways to oh, I forgot that there are people watching. Whoops. I'm already getting in trouble. Oh, they're watching. Okay, good. Ah, I forgot myself for a moment. Anyway, that's things like that. Vine Woven Bridge, you know, Summon Bridge, those types of things. All of it's designed. I mean, that's why we make places like this. And right now, it's annoying, you know, to run up and like, well, crap, I've got to run all the way around. But that's why they exist. All right. Or I shouldn't so much say that's why they exist. I should say, like, that's why we feel all the more freedom to kind of build the world in, I don't know, kind of incongruent ways at times. A little more freedom to be less worried about making sure that we close all the gaps and things like that. I love this area. Love this area very much. Such a cool vibe. All right. Yeah, Oberlin's, it is too high. Chris, I won't like it and I won't take it. That I can tell you. All right, we are, oops. 3068. Okay, need to go this way. Man, we've got a long way to go. Whew. I had no idea that we were this far away from the water. This zone is crazy. It really is crazy. Wow. I know. The devs, man. What are the devs thinking? What are they thinking? Dennis, when will emotes actually be in the game? There are several emotes in the game already. It's a pretty small list, admittedly. There needs to be quite a few more. And, you know, additional polish, more frames. Make them look a little better. But there are definitely emotes. Are we? Hold on a second. I always get confused. I mean, we're just pretty much straight north now, right? For the most part. So there's the well pond. See, I thought originally that I got to the well pond and then just was basically running west from the well pond. I thought that's what I was doing, but I feel like I got way off track somehow. Like I almost ended up on the back of the well pond. Yeah, because isn't that... Yeah, because... I'm pretty sure that's what I was climbing on. I was on the total opposite side of the well pond than I thought I was. My goodness. That would definitely explain. How many of you guys have jumped in the well pond since the water update? Oh, were you talking about the emote? Oh, you were talking about like being able to type /m/em and then type a message so it would come out as like Joppa pouts vigorously kind of a thing. Yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I don't have really an ETA on that, or I mean, not that I would give an ETA, but we need to kind of that's one of those things that I know Steve Clover would immediately kind of be like, oh, well, this is how we did it in EQ. We can just do it like this. Good old Steve. Good old Steve. Good old Steve. Questar! Hey, thank you so much for the tier 1. Woo! Thank you, my friend. The 12 months. Bro, thank you so much. I just made a mage. I keep crashing while I'm in the city that the game put me in. Anything I can do. What race are you? Questar, seriously, thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, I cannot tell you how far off track we got. Goodness. Well, we need to keep going that way. So how do we want to do that? Can we pitch climb? Maybe? Yeah, that's right, mouse hacks. That is right. What's the easiest class for my 9-year-old daughter who wants to learn and play with me? Yillidan? Easiest class. I mean... I would say, I mean, Summoner right now, I think, is definitely up there in the running of easiest class. The only exception to that is that they're a pet class, so there's a little bit of a kind of a unique difficulty there, the idea of controlling an additional character, essentially. But as far as like just what a... Now, I don't know if that's a good long-term character because it's definitely the summoner is getting an overhaul, and they won't be as simple and one-dimensional as they are right this second. So outside of the summoner, did we fall down in this pit? We did, didn't we? Guys, where were we? I don't even know. I did use location when I died. We are actively like trying to get to this location. It is 3340 by negative 1595. 3340 by negative 1595. That's where we gotta go. $33. Nope. No. I'm finding this on my own. Oh yeah, Mercy, I think it sounds like you made a halfling. Sounds like or an elf, and you're in the halfling city. Okay, I think we're getting closer. What an epic corpse run, you know? Swamp rippers everywhere. More Vaki. Crab. Beetles. I need to probably utilize stealth here a little bit, just to be safe. What if we see a named? What on earth are we going to do if we see a named? We're going to destroy it. We're going to destroy it. Marsh Stalker. Ooh, that's level 14. Okay. Alright. Guy's a little beefier. I love the Morvaki. I cannot wait for us to develop this area out more with their little villages and stuff. Whew. I think it's going to end up having a really, really cool vibe, similar to the Lost Orc area, where it's just a nice kind of sprawling area with a lot of their little village type places here and there. It's going to be really nice. We are definitely right near it. If I was better at reading, let's see, like, it's gonna be embarrassing when I find it. It is. I'm already prepared for it. It's gonna be like, oh, it was right there. Of course. Of course. I'm just glad I, had a hard time finding it with everyone watching. That's when it's really good. When it's really good. Seriously though. At the foot of the cliff. I mean, 3340. 3340. Let's go on the... Wait. Oh. I died from a splat, right? Like, I didn't get attacked. 3340. Okay. I need to go back. 3340. That's an invisible wall. So, did I fall behind the wall? Did I fall behind the invisible wall? I cannot remember where I placed the invisible wall precisely enough to know whether you are able to get behind it or not. But that's starting to feel like the reality. Oh my gosh. Can you even begin to imagine what that means? I think I totally fell behind the wall. Or on the other side of the wall, I should say. It's not like behind the wall. It's on the other side of the wall. But guys, it's like I always say, you know, the whole point of, you know, what I'm doing here is think of these as tutorials. Think of these as, you know, this is how you navigate, you know, do's and don'ts, things like that. Yeah, very helpful. I'm sure they are very helpful. That's what I hope anyway. Excuse me. Hey, Joppa, back playing and enjoying myself. Are there plans to support native HDR lighting? Nope. Yazra, I cannot accept. I'm sorry. I need to find this. I have dug my own grave. I need to roll around in it. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. That's not gonna happen. I think the art style of the game would benefit from that. Yeah, there are a few more little lighting bells and whistles that we do have planned at some point. Kyle kind of ultimately makes those calls based on when we free up, through various optimizations, we'll free up some bandwidth for various things. And I know we've gotten to the point now where we, you know, we're able to look more seriously at like global illumination and various other things. So it's really more a question of when, which, you know, subsequently I'm not really going to speak to. But, yeah. Yep, exactly. The Super Chin, you are exactly right. If someone was able to find it and res it, that means it is accessible. Way to look on the bright side. On the bright side. I love seeing people say hey in out of combat, or out of character, out of combat chat, out of character chat. I remember when I was doing Manor on my Ranger and I withdrew behind an invisible wall over a cliff. Ooh. Okay, I think we're slowly making our way here. I am feeling encouraged. slightly. We need 3340 and minus 1595. 3340 minus 1595. This is looking promising. 3340 minus 1595. Okay. Yeah, we're on track now. We are on track now. We are not on track. This way. Hey, did you see it? I saw it. You're hiding in a tree near my body? Thank you for keeping it safe. Thank you for watching over it carefully. 8 slots, 8, 8, 6. Oh man, what a drag. Ugh. Like what? We need to clean this up so bad. Just go ahead and get rid of that for now. Okay. Okay. That's fine. I want to get back to what we were doing. That's fine. Ugh. All right. So, thankfully, we don't have to go all the way around. Any plans for adding more resist buffs to other classes? Missing many resist types in the form of buffs. Shaman, the only class with fire, poison, and nature resist buff. Wild blood showcasing need. Yes. The answer is yes. Oh, Soggy, I agree. I agree completely. Completely. We're just gonna take our time. We're gonna take our time. Slowly meander. Are there any ash trees up here? Hello? Maple? No, I don't think there's any ash trees. Nope. Nope. For a snap function, for a sort function, these are the kind of things that... Do you know what I mean? Game changers. Literal game changers. All right, what are we looking at here? We've got 18 minutes left. I really want to go ahead. We're going to summon a fresh batch of synthetic toxin. We are going to go ahead and freshly reapply them, because We're just not going to make that mistake again. A mail system would be excellent to have. Really would. Let's go ahead and take out this romper. Romper. That's how it's pronounced in French. Nope. And then let's get our explosive trap back down. I don't know. It's damage. It's damage. Oh. That's not the explosive trap. Let's get the explosive trap. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not gonna worry about route. We're just gonna, you know. I really want some more time on Sinister Strikes, you know? Like for it to be a wee bit more roomy. Woo! Yes, please. I don't even feel like, guys, I don't even feel like skinning right now. That's how intense I am about getting serious with these Morvaki. We're not even gonna skin. We're gonna leave their skin on. Ooh, this area is kind of a vibe when it's stormy. It's kind of spooky. Yeah, you better believe it's intense. You better believe it. Water like this kind of makes me feel, I don't know, a little unsettled. A little bit. Driftwalker. Light blue. Easy peasy. Oh, look right here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Ow. Another little rogue hot take. I'll say it again. I actually like explosive decoy. I like it as a soloing tool. I don't like reapplying it after every engagement. I don't like that it has a 4-second cooldown. If it was an instant cast, totally fine. Just boop. 4 seconds. I don't love that. It's a minor thing, but my thought. I still have PTSD from the acid attack and fighting Morbaki. Well, I mean, it's as simple as this. When we were building out the area, I couldn't not think of Reptile from Mortal Kombat with these guys. So I was like, they need a spitting acid attack. It just makes sense. And I'm glad to hear, in light of that, that it bothers you. It does. I know it does a lot of damage. I know. And that's what makes it scary. Which is good. My dog is sad because my wife left and she left him in here with me. He is a mama's boy. Maybe PBL needs to do a Mortal Kombat music remix for the combat in this area. Can you imagine like coming in this area and all of a sudden, boom, it's just like full-blown Mortal Kombat theme. People have gotten so comfortable with Thronefast and AVP, but if they would open up a bit, they will find there's a lot of beautiful places to explore in Terminus, which is why I made an event called Raid Wild's End. My guild is going to get together and only use Wild's End to level. Shout out to our guild Dark Omen. Hey, 77, cool. You're here. I think that's a really cool idea. This is a great zone. It's a great zone. Honestly, I think Thronefast and AVP could take a little bit from this zone in terms of just getting a little bit more of that wildness, you know? Now, as highly efficient as things have been so far, if I want to get to Harathana, I need to get some experience. We are going the opposite direction. We're going the opposite direction, and I think it might be time. I think it might be time for a group. I just wasted my shadow planning cooldown. Or sinister strikes, I mean. Oh. Ooh. Go ahead and just pick those up just for fun. Just for fun. Ooh, okay. Dark blue. Let's do it. We're gonna miss our man. It sucks. Cooldown for Shadow Fall was like perfectly just not gonna line up. Hey, could you oh, let's just yeah. Take this guy down so we can loot. Yep, Velkings 100%. 100% they do. They need to be optimized. They also need to be, hey, same exact gloves. Okay. Obviously, we need the option to be able to turn them down, make them a little less intense, that kind of thing too. But yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the whole thing too. Rune links, talking about like what zones are adjacent to what zones, like what do you have access to in AVP versus what you have access to in Wild's End, like where do these zones flow to? That's a big part of it, but one of the things that we've found, and we are, you know, making some plans to address, is you can definitely have too many things to flow into, and that's one of the ways that the world is going to improve over time, not only as it grows, but then as we have more real estate to work with to spread things out a little bit. And what I mean there is not like moving POIs around, I mean more like in what level ranges exist in what place, so that you you can't just you're not able to, get from 1 to max level in a single zone, or even, 2 zones, but that you need some of that inherent travel. There are some places where some of our current content areas could overlap a little bit more and be less like stepping stony, so that as we get more of the world online, there's, more incentive to go more places. That's gonna be really important. I'm very interested to see what Body Dakar is going to do to that whole dynamic. Very interested indeed. Ooh, that's our first Marstalker. I probably should have prepped for that fight a little bit more than I did. Marstalkers are the ones that we want to kill, though. We want to go for them for our gear. So let's see if we can find a few more of those bad boys. Oh, mouse hacks, yeah. Oh, yeah. Will the next starting zone be? I know, but can't talk about it just yet. Nope. Nope. The next starting area is totally not gnomes. I should probably sit. I am sitting. I couldn't tell. But now I see that I was. Did you log the quest from the dwarf near campfire? What? Huh? 1 second. I think we need to try and get a group together. Will Badia connect Wild's End? Yeah, it will. I mean, you have to think of it kind of like an open ocean. So wherever land accesses the ocean, then yeah. There's a Marstalker. We need the Marstalker. Yes. Yes. I took damage. Okay. Alrighty. Whew. They hurt. Die! Come on. Nope, that's... No. No. Gear. 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 Yeah, I took damage. That seems to be a theme with our falling system. I took damage. Would you look at that? Hey, guys. You'll never believe it. I took damage. Wow, really? What did you do? I stepped forward. Is the walnut tree special in any way? Why am I seeing a walnut tree? I feel like I'm skipping over a tier. Maple. Ash. Sorry, I just slapped the microphone. Walnut. Maple is wood, walnut is nut. Now you're just... Now you might as well be speaking Sanskrit. J-Stock, TBD to what extent? TBD. That is still comfortably in the TBD zone. Do you like how I laid my trap and didn't use it? I mean, guys, if you're going somewhere else for pro strats on Rogue, why? It's the kind of stuff you wouldn't even think about, you know? And then you see it and you're like, you know? Don't want it. All right. Level 17 rogue looking for group. Level 17 rogue looking for group. This is the kind of stuff, what I'm doing right now, this is probably what we will do if I do like a pre-recorded video for like a rogue session. We'll probably do this. This is the kind of stuff I can just chill and do at my leisure. But right now, if we're gonna maybe hit 18 today, we need to we need to get in a group. We need to get in a group. I'm glad we did this though, because I mean obviously I can't imagine how many young rogues we've helped with proper, efficient, tacticianary ways. We know the bog walkers and Crest getting loot tables. Man, they need loot tables, don't they? That pains me a little bit. It pains me. Coming back and finishing some of these places is so... It's going to be so good. So good. Hey, what's up, Tanhawk? Yeah, typical Rick. I think we're going to try to find... I'd like to see if I can get a group going in Galdassi Ruins. Because, man, I'm telling you, I would still love to get a dead man's spear. Even though it kind of sucks. I'm just saying. It kind of sucks. Like, the spear that I already have is basically as good as the dead man's spear, stat-wise. But, man, it looks cool. Here's a... Well, we can actually kind of comb the shore as we go along here for some marsh stalkers. You never know. We might come out of this with a piece of gear. Maybe. I'm level 17. Level 17. It's time for my question I ask every stream. Where's my beckon animations? I love my ranger. I'm so glad you love the ranger. That makes me really happy. Beckon animations are definitely down the road, as are like the visuals for the beckon animals and that whole kind of system. It is not forgotten. It's just not yet. Not forgotten, but not yet. That is the best I can do. All right. Monk's cool. Wasn't Ronan filling out the wilds and stuff? He was. He did a lot, actually. He did a lot of wilds and stuff. But we needed him elsewhere on some of the new stuff that we were working on. That's kind of how we're approaching it right now. Is we are trying our best to do with the new areas what we don't want to have to go back and do in some of these older areas. And so we're trying to approach it in more of a holistic way with a mind towards finishing, which is why I keep referring to Badia Dakara as a great kind of culmination of a litmus test of how we're moving in that direction. Because I think we've been making steps in that direction consistently over the last several areas that we've worked on. And Badia Dakara will be the most by far, where it will come out feeling properly kind of like filled out, fleshed out, and have the verisimilitude and all the stuff that we need our world to have. What were we doing wrong that you've had to go back and fix stuff in the past? Honestly, I mean, you could answer that question in a lot of different ways. I think one of the ways I would answer it that people may not think about as much is I think it was how many years we spent building publicly. And what I would say, I mean, I'm just going to be honest, like, I think some mistakes that were made early on to try and where, you know, I understand the need for resources, and I know the Kickstarter and kind of like a lot of the early efforts to bring in some resources. And it's easy for me to be critical looking back when I'm nothing but thankful for this opportunity, and I'm so glad that it was a thing and that it happened, because that's why I'm here now. So I'm being critical, but it's with the understanding that I'm very thankful. But I think in many ways you could trace a lot of the mistakes back, or just kind of some of the general directional missteps in some ways, to being kind of exposed too early. And because it was Brad McQuaid, and because it was, I mean, Pantheon right out of the gate had so much anticipation, and then that public kind of open development with all of that anticipation and this pressure to every time you show something about the game, every time you're always wanting people to be excited and feel like, and it led to a lot of things probably being done too quickly, done too roughly, done too rushedly, instead of, what you're able to enjoy when it's kind of more under the hood, or when you don't really kind of embrace those expectations early on, and you just kind of say from the very beginning, listen, like, this is going to happen when it happens, period, end of story. I don't know, kind of a hot take. But, and then there's just the fact that, this team, not anymore, but for many, many years, I mean, this team was a largely extremely green team, most people not really having any experience in the games industry. There's a lot of things you could ultimately chalk it up to. It's hard to kind of pinpoint one single answer there. Sorry. What we do? Let's see. Invite Bada Boom. Anybody else interested? We've got a level 16 wizard, a level 17 rogue. We're looking for a Galdassi Ruins group. Yeah, Evan Ryder, I hear you. I feel the pain, man, I do. But it's coming. Oh, they're coming. Yeah, we do need NPCs named Versum and Militude. Hey, look, it's Versum and Militude. Quite the duo. Apart, but when they come together, oh my. Watch out. Come on, I just need a piece of gear. Just a piece of gear. Just a piece of gear. Hey there. Hello. Oh, crap. And it's blue, of course. Of course. Oh, no! Well, if there's anything we've learned, we have learned that that can happen. That can happen. Scorpy. My old eyes. Hey there. Who's that? Who's that? Callisto. Hello. Hello indeed. I'm already bound here. Invite. Wait. Who? Rogues do have limited survivability. Yeah, I can almost not even stand being in this spot right now because there's like no brown. There's nothing that my eyes are perceiving as brown. You know. Yeah, Valkron. Yeah, it's such a very delicate balance, road, whatever. I don't know what you would call it, but you know, when you're waiting on something and you're excited about something, like, you know, tough. Which is why I think open development's great, because you can see it, but it kind of has to be like, I think we've learned over the years, both as devs and as players, like so many lessons about how to do it better, how to manage expectation. I mean, it's just tough. But ultimately, when you're waiting for something, open development is great, because you do get the joy of being able to kind of see it in motion. Hey, thank you. So nice. So many nice people. Lazy Crate, thank you so much for the Prime. 6 months. That's awesome. Thank you so much. It's very appreciated. Very, very much. Almost level 11 Shaman Ranger combo. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Oh, whoops. A bit too low. I feel bad. Okay. We're gonna need a tank and a healer. Unfortunately, my warrior is not... That's one thing I am excited about playing the warrior up, is like, you know, even sometimes getting groups formed with the best possible scenario, like I have, being able to talk directly to you guys like this and have, you know, I mean, being able to form groups as a warrior, as a tank, is going to be pretty cool. Pretty cool. We won't talk about the effectiveness of my tanking. That's a different conversation. That's a different conversation. We're not gonna go there right now. Should we try to do Manor? Should we try to do Manor? I've heard Manor's a great spot for experience and for gear. Which is why it's usually camped. Let's do Manor. Glorf, can you carry us to Manor? When you're free? Oh yeah, what am I thinking? Bada boom. Bada boom can do it. Sorry. Yes. Never mind. Never mind, Glorf. Don't worry about the port. We've got one. Let's head to... I'm gonna head over to the Wizard Gateway. Right on. Gonna take a little dip. Do I need my body? I mean, yeah. You know. Yeah. But I'll get it later. It's okay. You know, I just don't have any bags. I really don't care. Like, all I care about right now is getting EXP and some gear that I can pretty much just put on as upgrades. Like, that's fine. I will come back and get my body later. That's how hardcore I am. You know what I mean? I should say, I'll come back and get my body later, maybe. Maybe. You know? That's how hardcore I am. I know. I'm sorry to spring that on you guys like that too. I mean, that is a level of hardcoreness that is... I probably should have given you a little more warning, but it is what it is. What level am I? I am level 17. It's bada boom. Bada boom. Level 13 Paladin. Do we want a level 13 Paladin for Manor? And that way Glorf can come in on healer. 13 Paladin seem reasonable for a Manor group. Okay. Okay, I'll pick Cork up once we head over. Yeah, he's apparently they're heavily twinked, whatever that means, you know. All right, Cork, yep. We'll meet you in Throne Fast. All right, Is the BRK dynamic event something similar to what you plan to do with the door of the deep? The deep of the door? The door of the deep? Only in that they are both events. The doors of the deep are a much bigger deal. And the doors of the deep, I want that to be much more of a server-wide event, not just the BRK event is a local event to the zone and what's going on with the zone. Yeah. Oh, fair. Well, you know what I'm gonna say? Well, I don't know. Maybe you don't expect me to say soon, but maybe sooner than you think. Depending on what you think. You know, how vapid of a response is that? Quite tepid. What level group? So we've got 17, 16, 15, 13. Our tank is level 13. TT, a lot of these questions will actually be answered, well, I'll say this, Amber Fate absolutely has a place on the roadmap. How much of the roadmap, the full roadmap we get in the first installment, and what ends up being kind of the rhythm of roadmap releases, I can't speak to that yet. That's really honestly more on Neff to kind of like work out how he wants to kind of organize and communicate that. But I can guarantee you that it's all accounted for. Yeah. Very much the important questions. I can't wait until we can talk about the important answers to the important questions. Goodness. Currently figuring out how to get my body from Orc Valley. Oh, yeah. Well, that is a thing. Have I tanked yet in Pantheon Flange? No. No. Not. Well, let me. Not in this context. Not in the context of like a real ground up character in an organic play setting outside of like a dev session. I don't gravitate towards tanks. I don't play tanks. Hardly ever. I don't think I've ever seriously played a tank as like a main character in an MMO. Ever. Now, I've played almost exclusively healers, so I understand tanks. I understand tanks well. I understand what I like in a tank as a healer. So I understand the concept of tanking and many different, styles of tanking and many of the critical mechanics related to tanking. But I've just never enjoyed. I think it's I actually talk a little bit about this, I think, anyway, in the warrior video. But I think it comes down largely to pacing and like pace setting. I don't like pace setting in MMO groups. You've been enjoying Pally a lot? Nice. Good. That's encouraging to hear. Thorzen. Arcuria. Arcuria. Yes. To you as well. Strength and honor, friend. Strength and honor. I need my salute. You want to train and ride a giant cockroach with my necro. You know, the only thing I can say to that, Saxon, is it's good to have goals. It's good, it's important to have goals. We do have a healer coming. We've got... So Glorf's going to be doing the healer thing. We've got a paladin tank coming. I'm actually... I'm going to go ahead and run to Manor. I just want to see... I want to see what the... what it's like. Let's see what we're dealing with right now. Guys, I cannot tell you, my goodness, I can't tell you how excited I am about the chevron changes. Just running by the goblin caves just now and that feeling of like, soon I'm going to be able to go in there. Like, it just kind of, you know, feel it out. All right, let's bind. In some strange way, I feel like in going from Wild's End to Thronefast here to come to Manor, in some weird way, very weird, it feels like heading over to Freeport area to set up for some grinding in Oasis. I don't know why. Yeah, TT. I am expecting a return to that for sure. I am very excited about a return to that. Pardon me, recruits. Don't mess with me, I'm strong. Comparatively. And for those of you grinning in anticipation of what I'm going to think about the fog, I can already tell you, I am not a fan. We have toned it down a little bit, I know, but I think with some of the lighting changes and whatnot that we it may have kind of fallen back into a pretty rough spot. So with chevron changes, does that mean mobs will get a little beefier? It does, yeah. It does. So the simplest way I think to think about it is that right now you have solo NPCs and group NPCs, and what we're going to be doing is combining them, unifying them into a single NPC type. So there is no longer going to be considered this NPC is for solo, this NPC is for a group. It's just going to be a single NPC type. What that means is NPCs are going to be they're not going to be quite as tough as a group NPC is right now. They're going to be brought down just a hair, but it's all going to be about what level the NPC is compared to you, because there's going to be a lot built into those level differences. And so whereas, you know, like right now as a rogue, like I mean, I almost certainly could not solo an even con group NPC right now. I mean, it's not even remotely within question or within possibility. But after the changes, I could potentially solo maybe a dark blue, depending on what it is, light blue, because of how the level differences will work and the different kind of bonuses and penalties and things like that that'll come with moving to a consideration-based system. And then the way that we're reworking experience with that is, you know, I'm not necessarily going to be disincentivized to fight something that's light blue, because I could very easily, you know, get a reasonable amount of experience from that by myself. But that's kind of it in a nutshell. Is it's designed ultimately to kind of open the world up, you know, make things a lot more. I'm going to get rid of these buffs because they're not part of my group. Here we go. Talek. Wait, is Talek joining us? I don't know. Yo, Runelinks, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Rats Mordrick. And with group NPCs getting a little easier from what they are currently, you know, then it'll be about other levers and mechanisms, right? Things like, you know, the trade system, density, to create areas that are more challenging, but then also, you know, taking the same approach to how can we make certain areas a little more accessible. Again, like EQ is the perfect North Star. Like, you don't have to look past EQ to see how in the majority of their dungeons there were places that had single spawn NPCs, or, you know, maybe two NPCs, but with a pather that, you know, kind of shook it up a little bit. Do we have room for, do we want a level 18? 18 cleric? I know you came on the healer, Glorf. Do you want to, like, do we want to dual healer it? The cleric might actually be good DPS since they're undead. Let's grab. Oh, I still think we can build in some. I mean, it's tricky because if you make like the wolf, for example, we actually had a couple of really good discussions about this internally. We, the question of like, okay, an area like this, for example, with bears and wolves and boars, what's because players will always take the path of least resistance, right? Like they're going to do the easiest thing to get the most return. Nobody's like, I just want to do this and throw myself against a wall and batter myself to death because in the name of challenge. Like nobody does that. So the idea is going to have to be then, okay, yeah, you can do what I did in EQ, where I went to North Corona and like went at least from level 13 to 14 completely back in like true vanilla EQ, killing pincer beetles in North Corona and the occasional like mist wolf or whatever. And it was crazy slow, but you could do it. Or you could, set up in Crushbone or travel somewhere where you're going to get a lot more coin. You're going to get, like, once coin actually starts meaning something, and as it starts meaning more and more, you're not going to have the same chance for, like, cool drops necessarily if you're just fighting animals. But yeah, if you're only interested in just a real chill, pretty, whatever, like, again, it's okay. Okay. And the reason I say it's okay, even though part of me is like, oh, we can, like, you can't have someplace that's like a little easier than somewhere else. No, because then, but it's like you got to go back to the true north and say, well, where have I seen that done before? Oh yeah, the game that most of us consider to be the GOAT, like. Oops, I need to respond. Will we ever see team buffing for clerics? Having 3 beginning battle buffs make the total 18? Yeah. Onyo, we've already made the decision to shift over to let buffs be just innately group buffs. Yeah. We're not even going to do the, like, buffs after level 20 become group buffs. So we're just going to have buffs be group buffs. We're just doing that. We're doing that. When you stream, I become very interested in the game. When I don't see you for a while, I sort of lose track of the project. Hey, well, Valkron, that is why I am here, my friend. That's one of the main reasons I'm doing this, is to make sure that you guys can stay connected. I get that. Now you will still be able to single buff another player. It will work exactly like they do now. If you target somebody outside of your group or just a random person, it'll just buff them like normal. But if you're in a group, it will apply to the whole group. So yeah, it's a nice little quality of life change. I mean, it's a good change. It's a good change. All right, I'd like to get 10 back-to-back War Scouts, please. That would be great. Yeah, the fog here is a lot better than it was. It's still very foggy, but it's a lot better than it was. Oh my. I'm feared. I'm afraid. Yeah, I know he's camped. I was just kidding. But one can dream. First kill is going to drop a piece of rogue armor and a rogue weapon. Just calling it right now. Okay. Game wants to be cheeky. Sam Khan. Ooh. I need to check and see, are they Monk Rogue Ranger? Monk Rogue Ranger. Stuff and things. Flange says, Joppa, you could have easier areas, but the harder areas just foster more XP even at the same con. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that we want to take a look at. You know, we've talked about that, the idea that as you push deeper into an area, because we have a little bit, I mean, I don't necessarily know what EQ did or didn't have access to or control of, but for us, like, we have more granular control, so instead of having like a zone experience modifier, we can be a lot more fine-tuned than that, and so we can absolutely have it where you know, the NPCs that you're fighting as you get deeper in give you more experience as part of being in a more challenging part of the zone. I need to get those pants before they rot. I don't think anyone else wants them. Oh. They got scooped. They got no, wait. There they are. Rusted daggers everywhere. Come on now. What was that? Oh yeah, actual essence. Just slide that into my bag of goods. It's fine. Okay, puppy. It is okay. I am sleeping. Hey, one sec, guys. Sorry about that. You're playing EQ right now? Well, oh yeah. Alright, let me catch back up here. Hold on, hold on. Love there's an option to have Pantheon audio play in the background. Yeah, that'll come. That will come. What's with all of these rusted daggers? I mean, really, it is like, it's playing with me. It's toying with my emotions. When you guys watch me stream Pantheon, you are being reminded of what it's like to be poor and have nothing. And so when you see corpses, you're like, oh my goodness, I'm clicking on it. Nothing is going to come between me and clicking on this dead body. Because it could have things that I can sell for money that I do not have. So many of you, I know, it's like, I don't need to loot anything. What's that like? Who's this pleb actually clicking on corpses? It's me. It's me. 100% all the way is me. Did I just ninja loot the key? I did. I did. I even thought about it when I looted it. I was like, I should say something about this, and then I didn't. Thanks for keeping me honest. That's one thing I've got keys back on my corpse or in the bank, this character. But I've never opened a chest that requires a key. That's on my bucket list now. I feel like I am so bad at, like, efficiently managing my cooldowns as a rogue. Look at that, too. I guess my buffs dropped. Huh. There's another key. Let me put the new pants on. Anyone need the copper key? No thanks. Hey, so does being in the group give me priority question access? No, Korik. No. No, it does not. Good question, though. Good question. Time to turn on the DPS machine now. Oh. Get that synthetic toxin flowing. Oh yeah, it was a great question. It was a good question. For sure. I mean, I'm assuming having the best AC debuff in the game, that it makes sense that, you know, I should probably use it more. I guess. That's kind of what I mean. Like, I don't feel like I have a good sense right now of like from fight to fight. Now, granted, the time to kill is low enough where, you know, I don't, my abilities don't have time to even like cycle back up to be usable. Whereas once the TTK increases a little bit, then they absolutely would. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. Speaking to myself. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my. I always thought Manor was a snooze fest. Any updates coming to this place? Adding an underground crypt? Multiple floors? If you guys only knew. Oh my goodness. So... what do I want to say? What do I want to say about this? Yeah, chair just throws me to the ground. Wake up, character. Put your weapon back in your hand, character. Wait, that's disarm? Oh, never mind. That was a disarm. Manor needs a roof. I'm just trying to think of what I want to, like, how I want to... I didn't find anything useful. Yeah, right. Hop. So there's a little place. Some of you may have heard of it. It's called Seville Manor. And that's, oh my goodness, my necromancer would love that. But I'm about to get you know, Nightbane robes. You know, we're just a few steps away, few literal character steps away. I'm getting that. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Whew. But yeah, Seville Manor. So we have this really big, important POI that has very strong relationship and ties with Thronefast, called Seville Manor. Very unrestian, very unrest. What this represents, the spirit manor, if you will, the ruins of a very stone like manor. It's really, manor is kind of a misnomer, and I'll take responsibility for okay. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed in that. Wow. 5 damage. I don't need bags. Bags are for... You know? I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Civil Manor is not a myth. How dare you? Whoo! Man, I love seeing these beam spells in game now. These needed beams. But yeah, this structure, this POI, this is something that I envision there being more of these kind of around the world. This is not really meant to be this kind of like very specific POI to Thronefast, and therefore in envisioning it that way, I envision them being different a little bit as they exist in various places. Some might have multiple stories, some might be underground, some might have, you know, a more kind of fleshed out crypt associated with it, some might be, you know, I would say this is more on kind of the lighter side. But these would be just kind of vestigial, like, ruins, in a way, of a certain style that you would find in various places. We need more stuff like that. I keep coming back to that again and again, like the Lost Orc treatment, where we need less... It's not, you know, I wish my Necropet was here. I'm not going to send them to my Necropet. That goes against the whole... I mean, technically it's solo group self-found, but kind of breaks the spirit of it, so I'm not going to do that. And by send it to my Necro, I mean have one of you guys give it to my Necro. The way everybody else does. Why is my nose getting stuffy? All right. Let's turn on the DPS machine for this fight, huh? Here we go. Oh, here we go. Yep. 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 Boom. Boom. So many booms. And I'm not just talking bada boom. Oh, I'll waste it. In fact, not only will I waste it, I probably did. So, there's that. What do you mean, don't waste it? Like, what better thing to do with Sinister Strikes than build up to a 4 opportunity Sinister Strike and go right into a Shadowfall? Boom. Sinister Strike. 4 stack Sinister Strike. Build back up to 4 stacks right into a Shadowfall, which then right into a Bloodletter, Kick, Corrosive Brew, Waylay, this, that, this. With a little bit of spicy Rip Smack proc on top of it all. Just to kind of layer it all on. Let's see. Daggas, 806 damage. 806 damage, topping the charts. That fight. Woo! Where was the flashbang bomb? I don't know. It not there. Not in that exchange. You know. We don't need to pay attention to this one though. Yeah, we don't need it. Yeah. We don't need it. I got the rip smack. Yes, lazy crate. I got it. I got it. Is my experience bar finally in the positive direction? First of all, how dare you? Second of all, yes. Yeah, that works pretty well as an opening kind of like... Yeah. What was that? Hold on, let me battle the... No! Stop! No, it's gone. Yeah, it's over. Can't do anything about that. Once that bar starts scrolling, it's done. Currently, the things that I'm struggling with, just to remember as just kind of a part and parcel rogue experience in a group, is pretty much going into stealth immediately after a fight in order to have the kind of opportunity that I should have when fights begin. Words. Okay, here we go. I'm not getting Twin Fang on there soon enough to really take a whole lot of advantage of it. That's the only thing right now that feels a little like... I don't feel like I'm using it well. Stealth. So right now, it's build up for opportunity, Sinister Strikes. Sinister Strikes at max opportunity. Then, wait to get max opportunity again before Shadowfall, so that I have enough opportunity to apply Bloodletter, kick, and then use Corrosive Brew. At that point, I'm out of opportunity. Maybe that's where the Flash Bomb comes in. But it's a minute cooldown, so it's like... I could see that being part of the flow. But for what? Like, what would I use with it? I could eke out more damage by setting an explosive trap every single fight. And see, this is the kind of stuff where it's like, on some level, we kind of have to ask ourselves these questions of, you know, Cursed Apparition. I know the Cursed Apparition. Hold on, hold that thought. Hold that thought, please. This guy drops a dagger, if I remember correctly, and oh my goodness. You know? Sounds like somebody's enjoying the War Scout camp. Curved dagger. Ooh. Come on now. Curved dagger, please. Ow. I'm sorry, but there seems to be a problem. There was not a curved dagger on that corpse. Who do I report that to? Obviously, it's a bug. Does anyone need the sickle? I mean, I'm not going to turn down a 23 effectiveness sickle compared to my 8. I mean, you know, come on. When I originally set up the cursed apparition, it did drop a dagger, but it's very possible that Codeman tweaked the loot table. Got iron ones, probably have one banked. Anyone else? Anyone want to roll on the cursed sickle? Or the... Yes. Yes. Not the cursed sickle, the ceremonial one. Okay, well, I am going to loot it. I'm going to equip it. And I am happy about that. There is also a copper key, a copper storage chest key. If anyone is needing, you know. Purdue, I am still going. Oh, yes. Farquaad, gotta say I'm hyped for 1.0 and wiped for Pantheon, whenever that may be. That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear. I have that reflex so hard that I often hit that hotkey every other character I play. When TTK is longer, that would make more sense. I do explosive trap every time. Yeah, where I was going with that earlier is like, you know, I don't know. I think to some degree, there's this... Some players are more, I don't know, they kind of gravitate to and they're more comfortable with the the notion of having like a set combination of things that they do, and they can add to that without really issue. That like they don't mind that list getting longer of things that you string together. And this becomes kind of like a cognitive upkeep from fight to fight to fight. So every fight I lay a trap, I do this, I engage at this point, I execute these abilities when I engage. And I mean, to some degree, I enjoy that too, because I like just kind of knowing, you kind of settle into this place of I know when I engage with something, this is what I do. This is how I engage with an NPC that's been brought to camp. I do this. And however, some classes it's easier, some it's more cumbersome. Like with the rogue has the rogue probably has one of the more, let's at least say, the most steps involved, right? If you're really maximizing everything on a rogue, that means I've got the explosive decoy just in case. It means I'm checking, to make sure that my poisons are still on. It means that I've gone stealth long enough to build up full opportunity anticipation. It means I'm throwing down an explosive trap. I'm using sinister strikes, waiting for my opportunity to build back up so that I can maximize my next hit. I jump in for the next hit, and just as my sinister strikes falls off, because the target that I have is dead, that's one of the main reasons why it didn't work. Then I'm using bloodletter, I'm kicking, it all fell apart because so that was a terrible example. But when it works well, I use Shadowfall with max sinister strikes, land the hit, bloodletter, kick, corrosive brew. Then I'm getting Twin Fang on as quickly as I can. I'm cycling in melees, and it's that every fight. Every fight. And the more things you add on to that, so it's now like, okay, now I'm going to start adding an explosive trap. And that's what I'm getting to, is like, that's why I think, yeah, and then there's Summoner. Yes. I wasn't laughing at that. That was more of a sneeze. That's why I think TTK increasing and experience gain per kill being more substantial will go a long way towards protecting against that cognitive fatigue, because each fight will feel a little bit more like an event and not just this endless wave. The endless waves. What'd you drop, bit of bone? Bit of bone, bit of bone. Blood-soaked shield. Yes, yes. Quite. The only gripe with that is once Sinister Strike is up and you wait for opportunity, you have 2 seconds left. Yeah, it's really tight window. I agree with that completely. You think longer TTK leads to more fatigue? I don't know. Like, fatigue to me is like how quickly things become rote. How much and how quickly you feel a repetition. And, being level 17, full group, this many kills, coming in, just boom, dead, 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 dead. And just barely seeing that experience tick up. I would think a longer TTK where, you know, I've got all my abilities up, you know, nothing's still on cooldown. I can kind of, you know, go full, and then we kill it, and it's a nicer like chunk of experience. I like that. Even if there's a little bit of, you know, in some cases some recuperation needed on the other end of the fight. You quit using Sinister Strike with your rogue, really? That's an interesting idea. So let's look at it again. Consume all opportunity points. Activate. While active, the damage of your physical attack is increased by 12.5% for each opportunity point consumed. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of extra damage. And it bypasses a portion of the armor class. I mean, that's for something like Shadowfall, it's a big deal. Wait, is somebody giving away items? Huh? Giving out lobby gear and buffs at bank. Oh, interesting. Glorf. Shadowfall is best used as a second rotation when Sinister Strikes is down. How Sarlor uses it anyway. Well, if that's the case... But I like Shadowfall. That makes me feel like... That's what makes me feel like a ninja. I have a dead mob targeted again, just in case anyone was wondering. I don't know how. But what do you use? Like, if you don't use Sinister Strikes, like, let's say I just don't use Sinister Strikes anymore, then what am I using? Sorry, let me rephrase that. If I'm not using Shadowfall anymore, what am I using in conjunction with Sinister Strikes? Just Waylay? But see, then it's like, then I have enough opportunity to just roll through all of my everything that I want to apply. But then I have opportunity that I can't really spend on anything. Loving the game. Question on monster respawn: is the plan for them to all aggro instantly on respawn? Any chance to give a small grace period before aggro kicks in? Curious on your thoughts on it. There should definitely be a small grace period just built into, unless you're right on top of them. So right now, and this is something that we're going to clean up a little bit anyway, and kind of tweak some things about it. But essentially, like, monsters, enemies, if you are within their scent range, then they will immediately attack you. And that scent range is really tight. It's like 3 meters or something like that. But that is an instant aggro situation. If you are outside of that 3 meter scent range and you're behind the NPC, then you fall to their hearing range, which is a little bit further, but it's like 8 meters or something like that. But you have to be moving for them to hear you. So if you're standing still and you're behind a target and you're not close enough for them to smell you, but you're not moving, then they won't attack you because they can't hear you, and then they can't see you because they're not facing you. And then there's obviously the sight, which is the frontal cone, and there's a distance that they will immediately see you and aggro if you're close enough. And then there's also a distance outside of that and a little bit broader than that where they will hey, see you, Chris. Thanks so much for the group, man. Where they will start kind of like they'll start investigating. That's what we call it, investigating. So yeah, technically, if they respawn right on top of you, if you're within that scent range, then they will immediately aggro. Yep. And there is no grace period currently. I don't know if we'll do a grace period. I don't know. Finn, it's a solid maybe. It's come up a lot. I think it's an idea that has a lot of merit. Yeah. It needs to be woven into... What kind of tree is this? Is this harvestable? I don't think so. Tricked me. It needs to be woven into just the general... obviously, I mean, this goes without saying, but the recovery of... The pace of recovery and making sure that it doesn't, like, overshadow class recovery kits. But it's a cool idea. I like it. I mean, I like the visual of it. I like the idea of the vibe of it. If you get a really cozy, cool looking campfire, casting cool shadows, you've got the band of adventurers kind of sitting around it. It's cool. So it's a solid maybe for sure. Yeah, you feel like investigation is broken at the moment. It could very well be. It could definitely have some kinks in it that are kind of throwing it out of whack. I will say, for everything that I like about investigation, there's probably as many things that I don't like about it. And the main thing I don't like about it is that every NPC does it. I think it's a perfect candidate for a trait where some NPCs do that. Especially if we kind of clean up the behavior a little bit and make it a little bit more interesting. But the fact that every NPC does it means that a lot of, well, really any class can much too easily single pull NPCs just by leveraging the investigate stuff and kind of slowly... Now, granted, it sounds like that may not work that same way anymore, but... that's definitely what was happening. A little wizard. A wizard ghost. Wizard ghost. What does this thing do again? Deceptive strike. Creates a state. Oh, yeah, that's right. Disoriented. And then this one. Do some resistances. Okay. Maybe I need to start layering that in as well. The campfire in M&M, in conjunction with the fact you can see things from incredibly far away, gives players a great way to group up. You see a campfire across the other side of the zone, go over there, maybe they have a spot in group. Genius way to connect players in a way that makes the world feel alive. Yeah. Yeah, I can totally, I see the value in that, for sure. I'm curious, for anyone that's experienced it in the context of Eminem, are there any downsides? There been any examples where you're like, yeah, of any negatives, any downsides to using that? The fire has to be kept fed. The rain puts it out. Interesting. See, like, you know, I will say this, one of my big gripes about Pantheon is some of the draw distances, especially for network objects. So things like an interactable campfire would absolutely be, currently would suffer from the same issue that like bindstones do, where it's like you're running along and there's nothing, and then all of a sudden there's this just explosion of like blinding blue light and the bindstone pops in because you have to get way too close. Granted, the light's a little too bright in general, but that is something that when we make some of the server improvements that we have coming down the pike, we'll be able to get a lot more view distance out of our, or draw distance out of our network objects, which will help a lot with everything from things like player lights to interactable network objects like that, mining nodes, anything that you interact with. Yeah, I know, Finn. That's one of those frustrating ironies that we will address, but yeah. I thought I was safe mining by beautiful purple trees and AVP until Red Con Whisperwind Asp wanted to make sure he got the ore. Those things are... yeah. So it does not give bonus experience anymore? Oh, we got 3. Ooh. Oh my. Oh my. Nope. That's right. I was never here. Up! Why? Oh, because I'm... no. What? Ooh! I thought that was, man, I thought that was the rare bat for a second. Don't mind me. I was wrong. Campfire should cause mobs with the investigate trait to go check it out. Like, how do campfires work in the context of, like, dungeons? Does it ever feel weird to, like, you know, I don't know. And is there any limit to, like, how many are able to be in a given area at once? Like, even though it hasn't happened yet, or at least it sounds like it hasn't happened yet, would it be possible for, like, everybody to just plop down campfires on purpose right next to each other, on top of each other? And do you have, like, a compounding point lights that keep growing and growing and growing and getting brighter, where you could eventually, like, blow out an area with crazy brightness from, like, 20 different campfires? Kurgan, take care. Thanks so much for hanging out. Well, yeah, I'm asking Tavi, not I'm asking more because players be players, right? Like, it's not, players are not only like, well, I don't need to do this because I don't need it. It's more like, what can we do? How can we take this toy? How can we take this nice thing that we've been given and just crap all over everything with it? Like, there are those people. How can we break it? Yes, exactly. And when I say those people, hey, you know, I enjoy doing that. I'm just curious if there's any limitation. You know, that's something that we've learned over and over again with Pantheon, is like, you have all these good ideas, and there's a lot of good ideas, and then you implement them, and it's like, oh. No matter how much you try to think like a player, no matter how much you try to, like, kind of find all the edge cases, it's not until, like, people come in with just a mindset that's different than you have, of, like, wanting to try and, like, I don't know. It's interesting, but yeah, there's always that too. There's always that too. What do our player artists want to draw today with their campfires, or their, like, anything that players can yeah. But, you know, I don't know. There's the other side of the coin too, which is, like, you can absolutely edit the fun out of a game. Such an interesting line to walk. I already have a really good helmet, though. Yeah. I like mine. I do. Like the Druid Lasso. Yes. Yes. What is this spike weapon, do you ask? Well, Kradu, I'll tell you. This spike weapon is very, very special to me. This is called Rip Smack. And I sound like kind of like a baby right now, because most people that camp this weapon probably camp it for, I don't know, some orders of magnitude longer than I did. But nevertheless, I camped it and I got it. and it looks awful. It's not special looking at all. That will change one day. But for now, it is a normal looking mace that is very special. Very special indeed. Yeah, that's right. That's another layer to my peculiar odyssey. Only being in a group where I was the only one that could use it. Joppa, what's your plan with Avelia after Throne Fast has been finished? Perhaps a town filled with werewolves? No, Avelia will still be Avelia. The Forlin outside of Throne Fast and Avelia will still be kind of the first like little village outside of Throne Fast. It won't carry the burden that it does now of like being the only thing establishing like the flavor and the identity of the area. It'll be more free to just be a quaint little town. Quaint little town. Yeah, it is worth using Waylay for. It is an awesome weapon. It's got a great bleed proc. Campfires aren't that bright. Gotcha. That's a cool idea, Tim. That'd be cool to do if we could. Things like that. It can be a little difficult because you know, things are always a little more costly in games performance-wise than it seems like they should be. I got a dagger that had a sick model in my inventory, but then when I equipped it, it looked regular. Yeah. Yeah. About that. You got it on your first kill, Paradox Moose? What? I just saw that. That's crazy. I think that means you take the lead. You take the lead. I got it on my first kill. I was just in the room and sneezed and Ripsback appeared in my inventory. So... One sec, guys. I'm back. Death to Gnomes, what did you say? What did you say? How high of a level did you play Necro 2? My Necro is level 9. And I can't tell from your tone whether you think I'm done with the Necro, but let me assure you, I am not. Not only am I not, I'm not. We are right on the edge of getting the Nightbane robe. Uh-oh. Was Cursed Apparition stolen? No. It wasn't. Was it? No. Yeah, no, I'm just playing. No, I have not made it to 20 yet. Not yet. Excuse me. This dude's kind of rude. I guess that's the answer, right? Like if I, based on the way the fight begins, if I mismanage or end up, I don't know, like if I don't get Corrosive Brew on the target, and then I find myself out of opportunity, I guess Flash Bomb is just like what you do to get enough opportunity back to be able to get it on the target. Like, I would expect anybody that plays a rogue consistently, they would chime in and say, yes, that's what we do. Because I can't think of anything. Well, and if kick's on cooldown. Or if kick misses. Or, you know, whatever else. You just suck it up. So you don't waste the stun. The stun's that valuable. I don't feel like I've even begun to kind of interact with that level of the gameplay. I'm just gonna take that little ghostly binding there. I don't know. I mean, that's a 2-con ring. It's pretty cool. What was that? +9 spell what? Spell crit? Oh, it's earring, sorry. I'm interested to see how things go for you once you hit Manor XP on Necro. I am loving the Necromancer. Like, out of the 3 classes I'm playing right now, like, it is definitely the one that I am I find myself the most kind of craving to play. I mean, the rogue's not super far behind. Glorf, take the earring. I pass. Oh yeah, you guys roll for it. Wait for the next kick. Huh. Enchanter's going back burner until probably until Charm. That's when I'll bring the Enchanter back in the loop. Because I've got some really good eyes on the enchanter. I've got a lot of really good feedback on the enchanter, and I feel really strongly with where we need to go with them. After playing the rogue, what would you revise or implement? One of the things I really want us to look at is just opportunity in general, just kind of balancing it as a resource a little bit. Just some slight tweaks. Like, it doesn't need like crazy tweaks, but how you're able to generate opportunity, what options you have, within combat to kind of manage your opportunity, manage your stealth. You don't have a lot of really clean options for that as much as you should, I think, as much as I would like to feel like you do. And lag. Oof. So that's one thing. Opportunity is one thing. I want to feel... So a lot of the things that I'm going to say are like... Oh, just let me play. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Thanks so much for stopping by and saying hey, all the same. VOD will be up. We actually have a video on the start of our warrior going up tomorrow. Just started a warrior playthrough and did a pre-recorded off-stream video of that to kind of see how that goes. But that'll be up tomorrow, so that's something to look forward to while you're feeling better. Or trying to feel better, anyway. Yeah, I think aside from that, I mean, honestly, one of my biggest gripes with the rogue really comes down to like wanting Shadowfall to be cooler. And more like usable. Like I really want that to be a very like defining ability for the rogue. Rogues can already shadow step, right? They can already shadow step. So it like maybe it's less about kind of requiring them to be above the target, and it's more just kind of built into the ability that you kind of you almost kind of like shadow step above the target and then fall on them. I don't know, but like it just, that's one of the main things that feels clunky right now, is trying to incorporate that ability in. You're a necroholic, Saxon. I respect that. I respect that. You're so stoked to play Bard when it comes out. You're so stoked, not starked. You're so stoked to play Bard when it comes out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Shadowfall does work against knockdown foes. It does. That it technically makes you above them. Which is cool, but again, it's like... I don't know. WoW had Death from Above to similar effect, but it initiated with the rogue taking a large leap into the air first before striking down. Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of rogues using their environment. And once we move to, like, for example, one of the things I hate about this camp and this POI is I hate that players don't move in and actually occupy the space more. You know, they're always pulling out here because like places like this are meant to be perfect places for rogues where you can like, you know, in between a fight, you climb up here. Now this would kill you with the current fall damage, but assuming fall damage is dialed back in, you know, you're actually climbing up and getting onto these places and scouting around and kind of setting up for your big hit. So I love that. So part of me really doesn't want to do like an automatic, like just, you know, shadow steppy move. Like I like the idea of you leveraging the environment. I don't know. But then it's like, well, is it too much? I would rather rogues take Shadowfall off their bar when they don't have a way to leverage their environment to use it. I would rather that than them taking Shadowfall off their bar because it just doesn't synergize well with their other abilities and their costs. Keep that fight in mind when playing the Warrior Daggas. Don't think Warrior has the tools to handle 3 well. Keeping aggro on 2 mobs is really pushing for them. Okay. That's good to know. Appreciate that. That ivory handled short bow would be nice. Get a little extra dex. I mean, I'm definitely... I love having Rip Smack. I would love to have a main hand piercer, though, because I've got a lot of dex. And I'd love to be able to take advantage of that with backstab. Well, Waylay uses dex. I don't know. Guys, I don't know what I'm saying. You know? I know Waylay stands up against backstab a little better now than it did previously, but I don't know how comparable they are at this stage. Backstab could be a lot stronger still. Rogue needs a grappling hook. Well, yeah, so they have Shadow Step. They also were intended to have, I've talked about this before, I think, the wall climber's glue. So you were able essentially to like basically fire a wad of like glue onto a surface and then use Shadow Step to get up there. So you could kind of create like a little perch for yourself. And that was all meant to kind of also feed into just how rogues were, you know, they're meant to have the, like this climbing proficiency. It would be crazy cool to gain a bunch of opportunity from crits. Yeah. That's definitely getting into potential like mastery type thought. You know, if you could get to a point where you could create an opportunity synergy with crits. Could be interesting. That was great. I wasted... Gosh, I hate that so much. Wasted Shadowfall in their invuln. What is that? Incoming damage heals the attacker. Oh, I guess that's my heal. That's the druid heal. Where's the... Why didn't I see the invuln? Phase shift, that's it. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. Well played, Black Fox, well played. I'd like to see the rogue stealth a lot more and popping in and out of stealth. Perhaps rogues gain opportunity from going into stealth and landing skills from stealth. Yeah. I mean, stealth, honestly, I think stealth right now suffers the most because of the aggro system I was talking about earlier, where you've got sight, sound, and smell, and it is complicated things to the degree that it's difficult for stealth to just kind of feel good under like the KISS method. Like it's not simple. In fact, it takes a lot of things. It factors in a lot of things related to the NPC's aggro behavior, but also concealment versus awareness. It's a little bit overly convoluted, in my opinion, and needs to be simplified, because there's no reason that stealth shouldn't still have inherent risk, and it's not just like an I win button. You got to be mindful of your position and where mobs are facing and how close you are and things like that, but it can just be a lot more consistent than it is currently. That's going to be a huge win for rogues when we improve that. No, Black Fox, no. That's unfortunately, that's not the case. I don't laugh. On the necro topic, I want a choice to be able to specialize in my spells or my pets to increase power. Well, I mean, stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Guys, unfortunately, we are getting close to that time where I need to call it a day. I have dinner to eat, and then I have quite a full evening, actually, of various other Pantheon-related things that are very exciting, I might say. And I will say, and I did say. So let's do a quick recap as we're wrapping up. Crown Cobra, yeah. The goo thing, the wall climbers glue is definitely probably not going to happen. I think with the movement systems that we have, I do think we could pull off something pretty dynamic and cool to help the rogue with this specific type of mobility, and then also, like, you know, could end up extrapolating it out into something like a grappling hook that's more kind of broad use. So I think that's probably the direction we'll end up going with something like that, for sure. Will rogues get the skill to pickpocket? Yes, they will. They will indeed. Pickpocket and lockpick is still part of the plan for our roguies. But let's recap. So we spent the first part of the stream focused on a very powerful tutorial, if you will. Just a general rogue tutorial on how to properly traverse in environments, you know, relatively hostile environments, difficult environments like Wild's End, how to find your corpse, and you know, effective solo play, general awareness of your surroundings. That's how we started the stream. And then from there, we locked into a group, which we've been here since then, grinding away. I did get a new harvesting sickle, which I'm pretty pumped about, to be honest. Just scanning real quick to see if there's anything potentially nearby we could use it on, but there is not. That's fine. Now, today we're done. We're gonna call it a day here, but tomorrow I have that warrior video going up, which is the beginning of the warrior playthrough. I'm excited about that one. I'm really excited about that one. I think it'll be fun to start live streaming the warrior once he is ready to start grouping. But it was good. It was a cozy little time on the warrior. Like I said, I hinted at earlier, there's really, really cool moments in there that just kind of had me falling in love with this game all over again in a way. It was cool. That's coming up tomorrow. It's going to be just a video, a YouTube video, and then Wednesday we'll be back live streaming. And I don't know, we'll either be on the Necro or the Rogue again. So we'll see. We will see. We will see. Guys, thank you so much for the group, by the way. Thank you so much. But yeah, friends, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the ongoing energy and excitement, the support. It's huge. It's huge. Thank you. Take care. Take care. Continue to, I don't know, let that Thanksgiving food digest. Whatever you got to do. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Until then, my friends, onward and upward. That is a wrap.